いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた。雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよ。それは愛がさまよう限り君は少し泣いた。あの時見えなかった。
Hey, Alphen, you mind if we take a bit of a detour?
It's fine by me, but what for?
Rinwell says there's a phantom flower that grows around here. We want to look for it. It won't take long, promise.
A flower, huh? All right, let's take a look. Look out!
What the hell is that? Hey, you want a piece of me?
Stay calm, Law. It's coming for us.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll... It hurts!
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
I'm all
Demon
stuffed
Fist
up!
was all mine! Demon Fist! Aim for the
Divine
weak spot!
Savior!
Burn it
Evil
down!
Side! Here I go!
Demon Fang!
Let's
Dragon
travel!
Form!
Talon Hurricane!
Try this!
I'll heal you all!
Rip and tear! Explosive ray!
Now I'm in the
Rain
groove!
down and
Leave the
purify!
torch
Healing
to me.
circle!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Here I
Yes,
go.
ma'am.
Demon Fang!
Eagle Fly! Eat this!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Demon Fang!
Powers of light, rain down and purify! Let me help.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's our
Demon
healing
Fang!
light. Both sparkling
I
stars
really
of
owe
light.
you one.
Rain down and
Demon Fang!
hear me, flame of fury!
You
Burning
pay for
strike!
that! Double Demon Fang!
Sparkling
Ignite! Double Demon Fang! Dragon Scale! What a relief!
Whirlwind snap!
I'll heal you all!
Ready and
Double
ready!
Demon Fang!
Rip and tip! Now I'm in the groove!
Now I can let loose! Double Demon Fang!
Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Good time! What did I tell you? Don't get in our way! Big blast!
Eternal Devastation!
I'll tear you apart! What the? Flames?
Watch out! It's changing its attack!
First strike! Swallow dance! Can't get out of this! Now I'm in the groove! What a relief! I'll finish you here and now!
I can handle it!
Not done yet!
I'll heal you all! Healing circle!
Now I can let loose!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my thorns.
Shion.
Divine savior!
Is this what real pain feels like?
Eagle assault! I'm on it! Talon hurricane!
Freeze lancer! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Healing circle!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Purge malevolence! Archaic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Healing circle!
I owe you one. Double Demon Fang!
In a bind? I hope this thing is medically approved.
Double Demon Fang!
Whirlwind snap! Not my finest.
Stay away from my friends!
Hear me, flame of fury!
Demon side me!
I hope this thing is medically approved.
Easter!
Super swallow
Dragon
dance!
Swarm!
Talon
Try this.
hurricane!
Okay, here I
Eagle,
go!
I'm just getting started.
Now I can... Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you.
In here!
Far enough.
Get on in there with them!
What's this?
Let's get going!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Double Demon... Double Demon Fang!
Malevolence! Archaic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Purge malevolence! Archaic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Freeze lancer! Purge malevolence! Blah 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 magic!
Try this!
Something's different from before.
It's about to come at us! Look sharp! I'll heal you all! The enemy is going all out!
Watch.
Healing circle! This'll come in handy.
That's enough.
Tidal
Talon
wave!
Hurricane.
Eagle
Take this. Double Demon Fang.
Nothing gets by me! No more playing nice!
Double Demon Fang.
I'll be saving this one! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Glacial spear, pierce evil! Freeze lancer!
Can't get out of this.
Glacial spear, pierce evil! Freeze lancer! Glacial spear, pierce evil! Freeze lancer!
Double Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Freeze lancer! Arctic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy land! Purge malevolence! Arctic waterfall! Freeze lancer!
Double Demon Fang.
Far enough!
Can't get out of.
Pierce evil! Freeze lancer!
Double Demon Fang. Double Demon. This one's all mine.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Tidal wave!
You.
Freeze lancer! Will this help? Purge malevolence! Arctic waterfall! Do it!
Doubling in an instant. Impact Claw.
Purge malevolence! Arctic waterfall! That'll make things easier.
I don't know what
Water
I'd do
this
without
time.
you.
Can't you
Perhaps
just make
now
up its
isn't the
mind?
time?
I really don't.
No. Can't end here.
Meteor storm!
Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Came between heaven and earth. A wailing dancing of lightning! Storm!
This should do it.
Divine Savior!
Double Demon Fang.
A wailing dancing of lightning!
Double Demon Fang.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! You're my all! Meteor storm!
It's wide open.
It won't escape me.
Try this. Explosive ring. Double Demon Fang.
Healing circle! Meteor storm!
I owe you one. Burn! Dragon Swarm. Try this. Explosive ring.
Back into the island!
Okay, here I go. No further! Okay, here I go! No, it can't end here!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Meteor storm!
Damn it! No pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I'm on it! Watch this!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitate! No, it won't end like this. Stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Double Demon Fang! The earth throbs in pain.
Right. What would I do without you?
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Double Demon Fang!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! 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 I'll bring you back from death's abyss. They're not playing around. Denied. Meteor storm! Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Double Demon Fang!
Meteor storm!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, sparkling stars of light,
Double Demon
rain
Fang!
down and purify all!
Take this!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Hear me, flame of fury! Burning
Leave the chargers to me!
rain down and purify all! Meteor storm!
Double Demon Fang!
Sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Denied!
Meteor storm! Burning
Double Demon Fang!
Hear me, flame of fury!
Double Demon Fang! It's on!
Burning
Require a hand.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation!
I owe you one.
Will this
Take
help?
this!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle!
Double Demon Fang!
I can handle it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all! Meteor storm!
Eat this!
Hear me, flame
Dragon
of fury!
Swarm!
Burning strike! Hear me, flame of fury! Rain down and purify all!
Explosive
Burning
ring!
strike! I'll heal you all! Healing circle!
Thanks!
Hear me! Flame
Double
of fury!
Demon Fang!
Burning strike! Rain down and hear me! Flame of fury! Burning
Double
strike!
Demon Fang!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Burn up!
Damn it! They'll pay for that!
Resuscitation!
Say no more.
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Wait, where'd the water go?
It's all dried up!
It's so bright!
It's a pain is what it is!
Healing circle! Ha! Ha! Ha!
Burn up!
Zephyr Glided!
Explosive ring. Double demon fang. Okay, here I go. Eat dirt. Dragon swarm.
Burning strike!
Try this. Explosive ring.
Whirling struggle.
Eternal devastation.
Ready to go!
Double demon fang. Okay, here I go. Double demon fang. Double demon fang.
Meteor storm! Rain down and purify!
Finest.
Meteor storm!
Double demon fang.
Can't get out of
Rain
this!
down and purify!
Amazing! Not long to go now. We couldn't have done it without you, Rinwell. Thanks! Come on! Let's you and me get in there and finish this fight!
Graviton
Double
field!
demon fang. Double demon fang.
Into the shadows! Meteor storm!
Double demon fang. This one's all mine. Double demon fang.
Got it! Now's our chance!
I'll heal you all!
Explosive ring.
Healing
Double
circle!
demon fang. You picked the wrong
Meteor
fight.
storm!
Ha!
Dragon
What would I do
swarm.
without you? Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Explosive ring.
They're not playing around.
Healing circle!
Now I can let loose.
Meteor storm! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Damn it! They'll pay for that!
Meteor storm!
Tectonic punch!
Not done
Oh,
yet.
sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Double demon fang.
Burn up!
Dragon.
Meteor storm!
Try
Sparkling
this.
stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Here and now.
Healing circle!
Talon storm.
No!
Can't end here.
Meteor storm! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Now you see what I...
Resuscitation! Talon storm! Flame of fury!
Double demon fang.
Swallow dance!
Will this help?
Now I'm in.
Double demon fang.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Not done yet.
Graviton meteor storm! Sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all! Meteor storm!
Do it!
Kisara, Commander of Heaven,
Phoenix Cyclone!
What was with that creature? It was some sort of a Zoogle that could control light. Rinwell, do you think that could have been...
The true form of the Phantom Flower? No, it couldn't be.
What makes you so sure?
Because...
What the...
Whoa!
What the hell is that? Is the enemy back for more?
Whatever it is, it's freaking huge!
You guys, calm down. It's okay. It's probably... No, it's definitely the Phantom Flower of Navira. I read about it in that book we found earlier. It was described as a mysterious light floating up in the sky. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, this is the place it was first discovered.
So that's how it got its name then. You sure it's not some enemy astral art being cast at us?
Positive. I think it's just a rare and unusual weather phenomenon more than anything else.
Cyslodia obviously used to be covered in darkness around the clock. But with that gone, I guess that's why we're able to see this again?
You could be right. It's so pretty though, isn't it?
Sure. But it's so big we could have seen it from town just fine, couldn't we?
Well, sure, but still.
Hey, who cares where we saw it? I'm just glad we got to see it at all. Besides, that Zoogle was what kept us from seeing it before, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's such a gorgeous night sky here. You should really bring Shion out to watch it.
Right. Right. I'll, do that.
It took a lot to get here, but I can't help but feel like a dream of mine came true. Thanks, Law.
I didn't do all that much, really.
Well, I still really appreciate it. It made me really, really happy.
Hey, you know
Oh, it looks like you can see it even better from over there. I'm gonna go check it out.
Huh? Hey, wait! Rinwell.
What a one...
I can feel my precision improving. We've reached our destination.
Seriously? I guess.
What?
All right.
Huh?
You did it!
What is it?
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Did we really just spend that much money?
I've got a good amount of info on our enemies written down now.
That's wonderful, Rinwell. I'm sure that data shall prove most useful.
I like to think so. If there's anything you want to know, just ask. Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
That thing looks pretty menacing.
Ah, nothing we can't handle.
Gotta break through!
Hear me!
I'll take you all on! Double Demon Fang!
With their vicious...
I'll finish you here and now! Aim for the weak spot. Hurricane! Glimmer Dragon! Do it! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Double Demon Fang!
I never miss!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Weakened.
This ends now!
Oh, sparkling stars
Try
of light!
this!
Rain down and purify all!
Explosive ring!
I'll heal you all!
Dust to dust!
Healing circle!
Thanks!
Meteor storm!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself,
Here I
okay?
go.
Yeah, you too.
shark! Lightning Tiger Blade!
A whirling struggle.
What's this?
Winds of heaven. First force.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Shion.
The enemy is going all out.
Here comes a big one!
Never fit.
Shouldn't have messed with me. In a bind?
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon! Now I'm in the groove. Eagle assault! Now I'm in the
A
groove.
whirling struggle.
So much for sitting this fight out.
Hold on
That
to your
wouldn't be a
arms.
complaint,
Here
I
I
hear.
come.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Cyclone.
Not today!
Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain
smash
down.
you.
Purify all.
The finishing blow.
You'll need to beat me to it, kid.
I'll take on that challenge.
Meteor storm. Healing circle.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Mega ray. I'll heal you all. Meteor storm. Oh, healing circle. Stars of light.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got
gonna
enough on our
attack!
plate.
Right, watch out. Close one. Oh, turn six of this one's mine. Not in your dream. I'll heal you all. Healing circle. They're not playing around. I'll heal you all.
Now you see what I can.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Sure.
Right!
Hey!
Yeah.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegus, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
This'll be a delicious piece of cake.
Eagle Fly! Eat dirt!
Heal!
Double Demon Fang! This one's gonna be
Flame!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See
That training's paying off!
Damn it! Healing security! Finish without a trace! Maelstrom!
Burn! Double Demon Fang!
An astral
Now,
art?
that's my cue.
Shut him down!
Burning Strike!
Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far off.
It is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory.
See? Easy.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Glacier Spear! Here's the evil! Crossblade! Freeze Blazer!
I'll finish you here and
Whatever
now!
you do, do it! Stay away from
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here I go!
No.
Too slow! And again!
Now I'm in the
Rolling
groove.
trouble.
Double Demon Fang!
First force!
Do it!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Phew, what a rush.
Double Demon Fang! Eagle Fly! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arm!
in the groove!
First aid!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talking more doing! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Watch this! Double Demon Fang! Thankful
Ignite!
Ignite!
Rain down and purify all!
Double Demon Fang! Mike, I'll take you all on! Take Hurricane! Strike! You're finished!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Looks like we got them all.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it. Ah, guess I misread the landing.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegus?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it, quickly.
Oh, double Demon Fang! Rain down and purify all! Mega Ray! Howard Hurricane! Annihilation!
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now!
Eat this! Now I'm in the groove! Rain down!
Together, that wasn't even a problem. It's on! Double Demon Fang! Eagle Fly!
Sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Take this!
One more.
Double Demon
Ready?
Fang!
I can
shatter any steel!
Eagle
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin.
Pesky
Very
airborne.
bad.
I don't feel so good.
Talon Hurricane!
Stars of light. Rain down. They're surrounding us.
Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
Water, hear my call.
Eagle Fly!
Spread.
Oh, Violet
Flame of Fury.
Water,
Hear my call.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
This could be useful. An opponent like this should be easy.
Double Demon Fang!
Winds of
Ignite.
heaven. First one. Reload.
Double Demon Fang!
Now. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done.
All finish you here and now!
Now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. No
I'm ready.
choice.
Oh, sparkling stars of light. This
Rain
one's
down
mine.
and
Purify.
Double Demon Fang!
Water, hear my call.
What's this?
Is that statue wielding art?
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Claw!
One more. Stars of light.
Flying
Rain
freaks!
down.
Why can't they just sit still?
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Sparkling stars of light.
Do
Rain down.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
It's on! Double Demon
By
Fang!
the power of flame. Illuminate the
Blade
dark.
inside me!
Holy
Yours to be
glimmer.
let free!
Holy lamp.
Door!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf. Flame of fury.
Take this!
Here comes flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it. Now.
River!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Double Demon! I'm just getting started!
Healing sparkling stars
What
of
a
light.
lead.
Rain down and purify. This one's mine.
Double Demon
Just
Fang!
what I needed. Now.
Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Oh, violent darting
Not a
wind.
chance!
Lunar
Do it!
corruption.
Double ball! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice one, Alphin.
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
Go no further.
Double Demon Fang!
One more.
Total
Crystal.
devastation! Double Demon Fang!
Oh, violent
Armor
darting
won't
wind.
save you.
Carve now
Double
through
Demon
all.
Fang.
Your wings won't save you from me.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Carve now.
Here comes fire!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
My
Let a marksman handle this.
Eternal devastation!
Lunar blade. By the power of water. Oh, violent darting wind. Carve
Double Demon Fang!
I'll finish you here and now.
Carve now through all.
We won that by a mile.
Right, here goes! Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm!
Lunar corruption.
Die!
By the power of
Explosive
water.
ring! Hurricane!
Lightning.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Double Demon Fang!
I'll smash
Smash you! I'm just getting started.
Where are you going?
Hurricane! Watch it! Crumble!
Oh, Violet starting wind.
No further!
Thanks! Just in here!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Dragon form!
In here!
All disasters made one. Come forth, Helix of Purity!
Try harder! These fists have got your name on them! Double
Raging Cascade!
Crumble! Watch it!
You picked the wrong fight! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel. If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me?
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
Got some good equipment!
I can't say it... Its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Stars of light! Rain down and purify! Healing circle!
Take this!
There! Go!
Double
One
demon
more.
fang!
I'll take you all off! Be careful, everyone!
Eat this!
This one isn't normal!
Here I come!
Double
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Do it! Thank you!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Too slow!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? As
These
impressive
fists
as
have got
always.
your name on them!
And here I hope there isn't... Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Easy.
A breeze!
An easy breeze.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Go no further!
Demon Fang! First strike! I'm surrounded! Double Demon Fang! Talon Hurricane!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My turn! Double Demon
Lunar
Fang!
corruption! Lunar blast! I'm all prepped up!
Take this!
Searing blast!
Pistol!
You're really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
You're all right still. It's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Everyone hanging in there?
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Right,
I
here
hear
goes!
you all!
Double
Oh,
Demon
sparkling
Fang!
stars
You
of
picked the
light!
wrong
Rain
fight!
down and healing circle!
Double Demon Fang!
So much for sitting this fight out.
This
That
one's
wouldn't
gonna
be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
It's over!
Meteor storm! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and corruption! Lunar blast!
Double Demon Fang!
Do it!
Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! My turn! Mirage!
You got some
Double
medicine!
Demon Fang! Eagle Fly!
You made quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Looks like we got them all.
Come and face me! This one's
By the
all
power
mine!
of flame! Finish without
Not
rain
today.
down and pure! Not on my watch!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh,
Be careful,
sparkling
everyone.
stars of light!
This one
Rain
isn't
down
normal.
and pure poison! Here, do it!
The airborne
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Piercing stars of
Demon
light!
Fang!
Rain down and now!
Disarm! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Oh, violent darting wind! Magic is in! Radiant Cross! Now!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Looks like some solid equipment.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Oh, sparkling stars of light!
Double
Rain
Claw!
down and purify all! That
freaking does it!
Aqua!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing flame of fury!
Storm!
Burning
No!
blood! Meteor
No!
storm! Here's evil!
Double Demon Fang!
Here goes!
Finish you here and
Oh,
now!
violent darting wind!
Do it!
Come
Do
on
it!
now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, violent darting wind! Come on
Double
now!
Demon Fang!
Thanks, Shion.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! One deadly strike, just as ordered.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
I won't forgive you!
Double demon fang!
Healing strike! Rain down and
Ignite!
purify all!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful.
It'll
With the blazing
fire
sword
next week!
and with my thorns.
Sheila.
Lightning!
Explosive ring!
Oh, violent
Double demon fang! Take this!
Watch this! Sleep now. Get on in there with the
Double
others.
demon fang!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Water! Hear my
Time to
call!
let it rip!
Talon Storm!
Double
Red!
demon fang!
Rage!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all! Sleep now!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar eruption! Nail strike! By the
Eagle Fly! Dragon
Raging
Swarm!
cascade!
Tank Bolero!
In here!
Explosive ring! I could do without this pain. Eagle! All finished!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal
Mother-
you all disasters made one! Come
You
forth,
pick-
demons of purity!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Raging cascade!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging
Let's
cascade!
tear him up!
Try this!
Sleep now! All disasters now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Bravo. What now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Hi, Hoodle! Here's a healing arc! First aid! In here! Mega Ray!
Double demon! Come one, come all!
Annihilation! Maelstrom! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Glacial Spear!
Pierce evil! Raging!
Do it! Cheat on!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already on it!
Flame!
Do it! Boom! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Radiant! Here!
Sleep now.
This
Where
one's
are
all
you
mine.
going?
Double Demon Fang! Eat dirt! I can shatter any steel! My turn! Now I'm in the groove!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Raging cascade! Flame of fury!
Do it!
In an instant! Impact Cross!
Will this help?
Oh, violent darling!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of
Do it!
foes.
Kitara,
Actually,
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
My fists are crushing it out there!
Hi, Hoodle!
Double Demon Fang!
Confiscated! Into the shadows!
Eagle Fly!
By the do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Raging cascade!
Watch this!
Bronze and
Demon
red!
Fang!
Sleep now!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Radiant
wide
Sword!
open.
Here! Raging cascade!
Glimmer Dragon! Double
Radiant
Demon
Sword!
Fang! Eagle Fly!
I'm out of ammo!
Talon Hurricane!
I think I'm getting stronger.
Little help!
You picked the wrong fight!
Lunar Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Seven-Eye Ultra!
Eagle Fly!
Raging cascade!
Talon Hurricane!
Ready!
I'm on a roll
All
now!
disasters made one!
Double
Come
Demon
for
Fang!
healing the purity! Maelstrom! Raging cascade!
Hurricane!
In here! I can't heal you forever! Here, let me lie
I'm not done yet!
First aid! Maelstrom!
Double Demon
Should have
Fang!
messed with me.
Talon Storm! I'm out of... Where are you going? Raging cascade!
Denied!
Take this!
Here's a healing arc!
It's on!
First aid!
I really owe you one.
I'll finish you here and now!
Wasn't weak!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
All disasters
this!
made one!
Dragon
Come
Sword!
forth and heal its the purity!
Now I'm in the groove!
Healing will require complete
That's
focus!
spot!
By the
There
power
you
of
go!
water!
Double
like
Demon
me
Fang!
again.
Annihilation! By the power
Eat
of
this!
flame! Vanish! Without a trace!
That did it! Talon Double Demon Fang!
Raging cascade!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Stars of light! Rain down!
I owe you one! Double Demon Fang! Fateful Arrow!
By the
I'll
power
finish
of
you
water!
here and now! Fateful Arrow! Double Demon Fang! Now I'm ready to go!
Thanks, Shira.
Be careful not to overdo
Take
it.
this!
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Chain between heaven and earth. A wailing Zanthia lightning!
Fateful Arrow!
Lightning!
Double Demon Fang! Eat this!
Denied! Flame of fury! Close one!
Talon
Double
Hurricane!
Demon Fang! Come on now!
I'm just getting started!
Here's evil!
Talon Hurricane!
Do it!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes. Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Double demon
I'll
fang!
finish you here and now!
It's time! Thankful arrow!
Meteor
Double demon
sword!
fang!
Watch this!
Thankful
Strike!
arrow!
Sparkling stars of
Void
light,
flash!
rain down and purify
Strike!
all!
Watch this!
Void flash!
Lost my focus!
Thankful arrow!
I'm
Void
just getting
flash!
started!
Meteor
Thankful
sword!
arrow! Void
Nothing gets by me!
Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and
Thankful
purify
arrow!
All
all!
good things come to an end.
double demon fang!
Meteor storm!
Thankful arrow! Void flash! Okay, here I go.
Watch this!
Strike! Thankful arrow!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Too slow! Strike! Thankful arrow! Thankful arrow! Void flash! Strike!
Meteor
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
sparkling stars of light, rain down and
Strike!
purify all!
Void flash! Strike! Take this!
Meteor storm!
Strike!
There you go! Don't let up!
Void flash! Strike!
Oh, sparkling stars of
Try
light,
harder!
rain down and purify all!
Strike!
Meteor
Void
storm!
flash!
Oh, sparkling
Strike!
stars of light, rain
You're
down
mine!
and purify
Strike!
all!
No escape! Void
Oh,
flash!
now you're talking!
Strike! Thankful
Meteor
arrow!
storm! Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Void flash! Strike! Here I come!
Meteor storm!
Almost there!
Or close enough. Take it away, Law.
I thought you'd never ask.
Void
Oh,
flash!
sparkling stars of light,
Strike!
rain down and
Void
purify
flash!
all! It looks like
Strike!
you've got this one covered.
Take this!
Now,
River!
astral energy!
Say no more. Is it over?
What the hell is going on? Ridwell!
It's too dangerous! Stay back!
Ridwell!
Rinwell, you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master Cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Everything all right? You kinda looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You want to try being a little less cryptic, maybe? Yeah, all right, jeez. Sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Gotta break through! Eat this!
Raging Cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
Power of Flame!
Sleep now.
Hurricane!
Explosive Ray!
Bolero!
Take this!
I'm just getting
Double
started.
Demon Fang!
Explosion!
No!
Eagle Dive!
Can't get here!
Fury! Burning Strike!
In here!
Now I'm in the
I'll bring
groove.
you back from death to bid!
Take Bolero!
Maelstrom! Patience!
I'm on it! Eagle Dive!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down!
These
Pure
fists have got
evil!
your name on them.
Almost! Faster!
Freeze Lancer!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Dragon Swarm!
Stars of light! Rain down!
You're wide open! Explosive Ring!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Try this! Watch it! Explosive Ring!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through walls!
Talon Hurricane!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through walls!
Do it!
Law!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through walls! Crossblade!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through walls! Here's a healing crossblade!
All good things
First
come to
aid!
an end.
Mega Ray!
Eat this!
Annihilation!
Hurricane!
Oh, violent darting wind!
Forbidden Penetrate! Talon Storm!
Take that! Take
Strata!
that!
Do it!
Bullseye!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
We're still standing. Barely.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Eagle Dive!
First aid!
What a relief!
Lightning! Downfall!
Eat dirt!
Radiant! It's like trying to keep up with the wall! I'm out of ammo!
I'm on a roll now!
Here goes!
Do it! Shion!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Right, next one!
Already on!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle! What would I do without you? What's in the week?
I really owe you all.
Meteor storm!
They've got me surrounded.
Hurricane! Double Demon Fang!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
No! Double Demon Fang!
By the power of water!
Double Demon
Do it!
Fang!
Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! Too slow!
You're on! Double Demon Fang!
Now!
Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This will be a delicious piece of
Fang!
cake! Raging Cascade!
Hurricane!
Radiant Pierce!
Where
Where are you
inside
going?
me? You're
All
free.
disasters made one!
Demon
Your
Fang!
wings won't save us from purity!
Frickin' does it!
Almost!
Maelstrom!
Got fire!
I've got it! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Weapons wait for
Double
us!
Demon Fang!
Oh, violent darting
Take
wind!
this!
Carve
Now
down
I'm in
through
the groove.
walls! Crossblade! Healing circle!
Now I can let loose!
No further!
They're surrounding us! Mega Ray!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a
Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
You're wide open!
Searing flame!
Double Demon
Red
Fang!
and red! Violent darting wind!
Glacial spear.
Pierce evil!
Do it! Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! My fists are crushing it out there!
An opponent like this should be easy. Ignite! I'll take you all on!
Mega Ray!
Double Demon Fang!
Do it! Goodwill! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
This one's all
Searing
mine!
flame!
Double Demon Fang!
Sweeping them up is a one-man job.
By all means, be my guest.
I mean, you can help if you want.
Finish without a trace!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
Gotta break through! Eat
There!
this!
Go! Stars of light!
Dragon
Rain
Swarm!
down and pure flame!
Try this!
Aqua!
owe you one.
Meteor storm! Now for something exciting! One more!
Dragon Swarm!
Radiant light! Here! Here,
All
let me help you!
pieces, here it now!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Dragon Swarm!
Just getting started.
It's time! Explosive ring!
Talon Hurricane!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Can't end here!
Searing Tempest! And that's my will!
Talon Hurricane!
Flare Tornado!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Now I'm in the groove.
Healing Raging Cascade!
I owe you one.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Nail struck by the power of Raging Cascade!
Double demon blast!
In a bind?
Sleep now.
First strike!
All disasters
flaming
I
strike
will
is
now
yours
get
to be
there!
let free.
All good things.
Can't move!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss. You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Mega Ray! In here!
Double demon
By the
blast!
power of water! Annihilation! Nail Tammy! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! Water, hear my call!
Shouldn't have messed with me.
Spread!
Double demon fang!
Now!
Hurricane! Rinwell! Demons descend! Flashing fang! With my comrades, I'm unstoppable.
And what about without them?
More stoppable?
Hi, Doodle! Let me help.
This one's all mine!
First aid!
There you go. I feel like me again.
Double demon fang!
Lunar
I'm just
Corruption!
getting started. Do it! Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Bastard! Not a chance!
Here, let me
Mirage!
help.
Double demon fang!
Do it! Win.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off! Double demon!
Any injuries?
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Behind! Radiant Blood! Here!
Double demon fang! Watch it! Double demon fang!
They may look cute and stuff, but they're
The
vicious!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Try harder! My turn! Double demon fang! Damn it! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! First strike! Double demon fang!
Rain down and purify
Eagle
all!
Pride!
Healing
I'll finish you here and now!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Not today! Shut him down!
I'm just getting started.
Here's a healing
Dragon
arrow!
Swarm!
First aid!
That is the spot. Come and get it.
Oh, sparkling stars of light!
Talon Hurricane!
Raging Cascade!
Eagle Pride!
In here.
I'll heal you all!
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Dragon Swarm!
Eagle
Pride!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Now.
Perhaps I'll put more faith.
Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go.
First aid!
Hurricane! Severing Wind!
Bolero!
Dragon Swarm!
I never miss!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Everyone hanging in there?
Right, here goes!
Violent darting wind!
First
In a bind?
Crossblade! Hup! Raging Cascade! Reload! Sleep now. Flame! Reload! Back into the fray!
Leave the enemy's
This is
arc to
bad,
me.
right?
Yes.
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already on it.
Take a little!
Escape! Raging cascade! Sleep now. More for the now! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
All disasters made one! Come forth! Healing of purity!
Here I go! You're finished!
Here, let
Do
me
it!
help.
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Don't get complacent.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Carve down through all! Crossblade! Oh, violent guarding wind! Carve down through all!
Here I come!
Crossblade!
No escape!
Oh, violent guarding wind! Carve down through
What is
all!
war?
Arch Mega Ray!
Table arrow!
Oh,
Eagle
violent
Dive!
guarding wind! Carve down through all!
Talon Hurricane!
Crossblade!
Do it!
Healing
Julie! Hey! Blow them away! You're
Oh,
wide
violent
open!
guarding wind!
This one's all mine! Dragon
Ewan,
Force! Xion!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Already on it.
Do it! I'll crush you! Ah!
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Is there anything more magnificent than the musculature of a warrior? Perhaps it is in search of this perfect beauty that I myself am drawn into battle.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon Swarm! Eagle Dive! Burn! Talon Storm! Dragon Swarm! Talon Hurricane!
I'm all stopped up! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Storm!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm on a roll now!
Oh, now you're talking!
Here's a healing arc! First
I owe
aid!
you one! Hurricane!
Raging cascade!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! I'm just getting started! Eagle Dive!
In a vine?
Explosive Ring!
Raging cascade!
Talon Hurricane!
Seal!
Dragon
What's
Swarm!
this?
I owe you one!
Let's tear him up!
Maelstrom!
Walk like
Raging
monkeys.
cascade! By the power of
Dragon
flame! Here!
Hurricane!
Magic Gazam!
I'm on a roll now!
Maelstrom!
Bolero! This one's all mine!
Do it!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Looks like it could be worth something.
I won't forgive you! Violent darting wind! Down through
Dragon
all!
Swarm!
Radiant love!
First
Here!
strike!
Sleep now!
Talon Hurricane!
Will this help? Is that statue wielding art?
Eagle Dive!
Now I see everything!
In an instant! Impact Claw! Come one, come all!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now!
I'm
through
sorry
all!
to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Mega Ray!
A comfortable win.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Hear my call!
In a vine?
Carve down through all! Spread! Hear me! Flame of fury! Water! Hear my call! Spread! I call upon Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
These fists have got your name on them.
Now!
Rinwell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Do it! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
It's all
A whirling struggle!
Right!
Hey!
Eat this! They got me flanked! Dragon Swarm!
Gemini
Eagle
Aqua!
Dive!
Cyclone!
Dragon Swarm! Hurricane! Do it!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Searing tempest!
I'm on a roll now!
I will! Now! Law! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Right, next
Marker
one!
wide open!
Oh,
Already on!
starting wind.
Dragon
Carve
Swarm!
now through
Fateful
all.
Arrow! Fatal Dive!
Here!
Take this!
Now!
Talon
Turn
Hurricane!
out! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Did you see?
Sure did. You were checking out Kisara from behind.
What? No, I wasn't!
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Out of our way!
Dragon
Far
Swarm!
the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Water, hear my call! Spread!
Strike! Burn it!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
I'll finish you here! Do it! Rinwell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Do it! Shion!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky! Out of our way! Beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Lunar corruption!
Fateful Arrow!
Hold together! Just a little longer! Now!
Thanks for the sympathy.
Get it together! We need you informed!
I'll smash you!
Where are you going?
Here's a healing hurricane!
Do it!
Kisara!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Will this help?
My turn! Fateful Arrow! Starlight Spear!
Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I'll heal you
Not
all!
fair! I'll finish you here and now!
Healing circle!
That... I'm sorry to be a bother.
Everyone hanging in there?
It'll be a breeze.
chain between
Get in,
continents.
get out.
One more! A whirling banshee of lightning! Seal! Here!
Eat this!
Take this! Fury! Burning!
I don't feel like my usual self. Are you alright?
Why can't they just
Let me handle this one.
Sion,
So sorry.
can you take care of that?
No sooner said than done.
It's over!
Here, let me help.
First
aid!
Rip and tear! I'm just getting
Chain
started!
between flame of fury!
Wailing
banshee of lightning! Hear my call!
Here and now!
Spread! Let's get you all tucked away! Hear me! Illumination! Magic! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. All good things come to an end.
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
I'll finish you here!
Great!
be a delicious piece of cake. A chain between heaven and earth. Eagle Fang! A wailing transient lightning! Hurricane! Reload! I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray! Annihilate in here! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
You're
Dragon Swarm!
Crossblade!
Take Bolero!
Too much to handle?
Eagle Fly!
Lunar Corruption!
I'm not done! You're
Law,
finished!
get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Right,
You're
next one!
Already on it!
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial
Dust to
Spear!
dust!
Pierce the evil!
Storm! Take this!
Do it!
Rimwell!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
The heavens must be smiling.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renin who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait! Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy... Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland. Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now. All right, something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself, but then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, It's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Wow! Thank you. What? Great!
Yeah.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, all right?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth.
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away. Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up! This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head too.
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor, but there's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cyslodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Daanan owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby. Whew!
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancius.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship.
Huh. You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Raging Cascade! Radiant Light! Here! Require complete focus!
Eat this! If it curls up, time to get out of the way. Armor won't save you!
I'm on a roll now! Come forth! Helix of Fury!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You're wide open! No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Annihilation!
Talon Hurricane! Dragon Swarm! Bang Bolero!
There! Got you!
Roar! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Dragon Swarm! Eat this! Talon Hurricane!
I'm ready!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar
Dragon
Corruption!
Swarm! Do it!
Shion, Astral Energy! Full throttle! That worked like a dream. I pity anyone who stands in our way. Out of our way!
Talon
In here!
Hurricane! I'm surrounded! Dragon Swarm!
I'll heal you all! Do it! Dual Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Just getting started!
First aid!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Get lost!
Condemned!
Eat this!
Searing
Flame!
Flame!
Reload!
This'll come in handy.
Searing
Dragon
Flame!
Swarm!
Reload!
Not in your dreams. I'm out of ammo.
I'm
Their
all
hide is
stuffed
thick as armor.
I'm on!
Annihilation! Stars of light! Rain down and pure!
Flying free!
Shion, Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory.
Stars of light! Rain
Its armor's
Naturally.
too
Now
strong!
you see then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
Hurricane!
into
Eagle
the
I'm just getting
Meteor
started!
storm!
Dragon Swarm!
Finish without a
It
trace!
was nice while it
Dragon
lasted.
Swarm!
Talon Storm!
Lightning condemned! Explosion
Talon
blade!
Hurricane!
Here I go! Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Here's a healing art.
First aid!
I'll smash it! Talon Storm!
Sparkling stars! Annihilation! Rain down and feel the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
I'm not crumble! You're finished!
Here goes Astral Energy! Full throttle! Let's keep our eyes on the prize. My face is starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. I bet you're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Go no further!
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm!
Talon Hurricane!
You have to aim for the bright area on their back.
Do it!
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Go no further! Let me help.
First aid!
Now,
Not
let
on my
loose.
watch!
In here!
Hold
on to your
arm!
arm.
Here I come! Annihilation! Here! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
It got fires!
I've got this!
Yeah.
Let him This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing
I'll
art!
bash in their defenses!
Glad you have your
Now you
uses!
see what I can do! I'll show you how useful I can be!
One more time!
Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! My turn!
Ha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
No
Here's
choice.
a healing arc. They're surrounding us.
Strike.
We're good to go.
Take this.
In here.
Talon Storm. Here I come.
Radiant
I'm
love
not
here.
done.
Field.
Talon Hurricane. Dragon
Thunder
Pistol.
Fury.
And if you
I
hear
can
it
use
now,
now.
Dragon Swarm.
Long. Get toasty.
Burn Strike.
Right.
You're
Next
wide
one.
open. Already on.
The flames will roar.
Take bullet.
Burning. This one's mine.
That's enough.
Searing flames. The flames will roar. Sealed.
Stardust.
Searing flames. Sleep now. Reload. I'm out of ammo. In here.
Sonic Punch.
Watch and sweep. Burning strike. One more time.
Talon
Water,
Storm.
hear
I'm
my
not
call.
done. How's this? Severing Wind.
Red.
That's what I like to hear. An opponent like this should be
Flames
easy.
will roar.
Here I come.
Sealed.
Dragon Storm.
Sleep now. Fire.
Are those rocks in
Hit in the sky is mine.
Finish! Come and face me!
The flashy parts their weak point. Get toasty.
Burn Strike.
Right. Next one.
Dragon Swarm. Already on.
Sealed.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to start.
Does it.
You get the gist.
Far enough.
Sealed. Bravo.
Do it.
Xion, astral energy. Full throttle.
My turn. Now I'm in the
Here's a healing arc. In here.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Xion, astral energy. Full throttle.
Not as fast.
Lightning. Downpour.
Dragon
Here, let me help.
I can carve through
Sleep
armor.
now. First aid.
I owe you
You
one.
get the gist.
Eagle Dive.
Do it.
Xion.
Get toasty.
Burn Strike.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Hey, new equipment! Guess I misread the landing.
No further!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Shion.
Go for the weak point!
All good. Frickin' does it!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Dragon
Company,
I'll finish you here and now!
By the power of Splendid!
Take
Finish
Bolero!
without a trace!
You're mine!
Arts require complete focus!
Watch this! Take Bolero! Dragon
Eagle
Sword!
Fly! Good to go!
Talon Storm! I really owe you one.
Seal!
Off my throat! Dragon Form! Eagle
Confiscate!
Fly!
Blah, blah, blah! I'll heal you all! Holy Lance! Raging healing circle!
You're wide open!
In here! I owe you, Shion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Raging Cascade!
Do it!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Shut!
Well done!
Dragon Form!
First aid!
This could be useful.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Hi, Hoodle!
Armor won't save you,
Dragon
Form!
Crossblade! Lunar Corruption! Hup!
I'll finish you here and now!
Raging Cascade!
Take this!
Annihilation!
Strike!
By the power of
Sleep
Blue!
now.
Vanish without a
Dragon
trace!
Form! That frickin' does it! Dragon Form!
Maelstrom!
Take Bolero! I'm on a roll now!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'll heal you all!
Not a chance! Watch this! Dragon Form!
Healing circle! Raging
Dragon
Cascade!
Form!
Radiant Light! Here!
Do it! Dragon Form!
Mega Ray!
I'll smash you!
We're in good form.
Get lost! Coming through!
Eagle's Eye!
Raging
Dragon
Talon!
Form! Far enough!
Sleep now! Annihilation!
Eat this!
Already
enough!
up!
Now I'm in the groove!
For the healing
I'm out of ammo.
Take Bolero!
Watch and go for the weak point!
Ignite.
Oh, now you're talking!
Now, Law! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Dragon Swarm! Come and get it!
Lunar
Ready and
Corruption!
raring!
In here!
Do it!
Law!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Over
Lunar
now!
Corruption! Lunar Blast!
Talon Storm!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
My turn! You're wide open!
Raging
I'll
Cascade!
finish you here and now!
Radiant Light! Here! Now!
Talon Hurricane!
In an instant.
Impact Cross!
An astral art?
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
No holding back!
This'll be a piece of cake!
Not
This one's
on
all
my
mine!
watch.
Talon Storm!
Lunar
Dragon
Corruption!
Swarm! What?
Raging Cascade! Do it!
Talon
Law!
Storm!
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Talon Hurricane!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Talon Hurricane!
Freeze Lancer!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Eat this! Dragon
Raging
Claw! Armor
Cascade!
won't save save you!
Lunar corruption!
Storm!
Lunar field! I'll be saving this one.
Try this!
Take
Bolero!
Raging Cascade! Art expert coming through!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Violent darting wind. Carve now through all!
I can carve
Finish it!
Glacial speed.
This calls for a celebratory drink.
Let's dispose of the trash. Raging Cascade!
I'm like bait to
What
them.
did I do? Annihilation! Raging Cascade! Magna Ray! Sleep now.
Power of water! Oh my! Burning!
Do it, Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Lightning!
Lightning!
Hurricane! Dragon
By the
Form!
power of flame! Dance without
You
a
picked the
trace!
wrong fight!
Maelstrom!
Dragon Form! Watch it!
Raging Cascade!
You're mine!
I owe you so much, Ringwell.
Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons you can do.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Do it!
You and I
Do it!
both. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a
Now!
healing!
Dragon
Raging
Form!
Cascade!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That one! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over.
Stop memorizing my move!
Callous. Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
Go no further!
I'll smash you! Dragon
Raging
Form!
Cascade! Radiant Light! Here!
Sleep now.
Lightning! Downfall!
Take this!
I'm out of it! I'm all stocked up! Annihilation! Raging Cascade! Annihilation!
Do it!
Sleep now. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, violent darting wind! Card Radiant Wall! Here!
Do it!
Shion!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Not a
Raging
chance!
Cascade! Lunar Storm! Spread!
I've been doing really great lately.
No backing down!
Raging Cascade!
Eat
Searing Flame! Reload! In here!
Pistol!
Will this help?
Dragon Swarm!
I'm on a roll
Here
now!
I come!
Healing Crystal! Maelstrom!
It's over! I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Didn't even break a sweat.
Gotta break through!
The flames will roar! Not in your dreams!
Sword Lane Alpha!
We're good to go! Here! Field!
You're mine!
Into the shadows!
Take
Sleep now.
Mega Ray!
Sword Lane
Go
Alpha!
for the Point point! Holy land of the power!
Riddle out! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Sword Alpha!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce the evil! Leave now! Freeze Lancer!
Now I'm real mad!
Talon
In
Hurricane!
here! Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
Sword Alpha!
Thunder Blade! Lancer! I can do this all day!
I'm just getting
One
started!
more! Magna Ray! Back into the fray!
Jolie! Say! Ha! Blow them away!
Now!
Now! You're wide open! Say! Ha! Blow them away!
Looks like we got them all.
I won't forgive you!
Eagle Fly! Not today!
Radiant
I'll smash you! Dragon Swarm! I'm on it! I'm on a roll now!
Water, hear my call!
Thankful? Dragon Swarm!
Glacial spear! Pierce
I'm on a
evil!
roll now! Explosive Ray!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Try harder! Eagle Fly! Dragon Swarm! Talon Hurricane! That freaking does it! Explosive Ray!
Now I'm out of ammo!
Talon Dragon Swarm!
First aid!
Thankful Arrow! Dragon Swarm!
Watch this! Wind! Car In here! Do it!
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off! Talon Storm!
Mega Ray! Now!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Like we're gonna lose to Small Fry.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily. Both of them contain Earth astral energy. Luckily for me, this area is rich not only in fire energy, but Earth as well.
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Set suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogles? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Try harder.
By the power of flames!
I can handle it!
Raging cascade! In here!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Dragon Storm!
In here! Art requires complete
Now I'm in the ring!
The one.
Let's tear 'em
No
up!
further!
Dragon
Thanks so much! Tidal wave!
Ignite!
Dragon Storm! Eagle Fly!
It's too much.
Freaking dust!
Cascades!
What a relief.
Dragon Swarm!
Armor won't save you! I'm on a roll now!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging cascade! Spread! Raging cascade!
Thanks.
Lunar corruption!
Dragon
Lunar
Swarm!
blast! Nothing gets
Oh,
by
you
me!
are gonna pay for that!
Searing flame! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Now or never.
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art!
I can carve through armor!
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Talon Storm!
Lunar blast!
Explosive Ring!
In here!
Talon
Looks like
Hurricane!
you got this one covered!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Will this
Dragon Swarm!
Maelstrom!
Take Bolero!
Raging cascade! Healing circle! Seal!
That's spot.
Hold on to your heart.
Here I come!
Dragon Swarm! Now, Talon Reeling!
Take it down.
Do it! Talon Storm! Explosive Ring!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes!
I'll heal you all!
Now
The
I'm
flame
in the
inside
groove.
me yearns to be let
Raging
free.
cascade! Healing
Dragon
circle!
Hurricane!
In here!
Okay, here I go.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
No, that'd be silly.
Amazing.
Take Bolero! Explosive Ring! Dragon
Raging
Storm!
cascade!
Storm! Try this!
Will this help?
I'm on it! Explosive Ring!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Okay, here I go.
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
By the power of water! Art sealed! Annihilation!
Dragon Storm!
This one's mine! Raging cascade!
Do it!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
No,
You're on my
Jim.
tail! Raging cascade!
On a roll now!
Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now!
Take Bolero!
Lunar corruption! Up and at 'em! Let's...
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
By the power of flames! Vanish without a trace! This one's mine! Starting wing! Magic is amp! Sealed! Not on my watch! Art sealed! Healing circle!
Dragon Swarm!
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, do it. It's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Ah, and here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look
What's
flustered.
this?
Blah, blah, blah. Spread!
Talon
I can
Storm!
do this all
Do it!
Rinwell!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Will this help? Healing circle!
Thanks.
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem. Where are you go? Searing tempest! Kinetic death! Lunar corruption!
Dragon Swarm!
Gemini Aqua! Annihilation! By the power of flame! Vanity! Here I go! Not in your dreams! Art expert, come through!
Dragon Swarm!
Now I'm in
Here's
the
a
groove.
healing art!
Now!
Raging
Dragon
cascade!
Swarm!
First aid!
Talon
In here!
Hurricane!
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Rinwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Take this!
Sweet dreams! Here's a healing arc!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here, let me go!
My turn! Talon Storm!
Now you see what I can do!
Eat this!
More for the stockpile!
Rising Phoenix! Hurricane!
There you go! Don't let up!
Point Black! Thanks! Ready and rare! Take
Raging Cascade!
Burst!
Here, let me help!
Dragon Swarm!
First aid!
Now
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Explosive Ring!
Freeze Laser!
Dragon Swarm!
Raging Cascade! Will this help? Eat dirt!
Explosive Ring!
Seal.
First strike! Eagle Dive!
Healing
Dragon
Circle.
Swarm!
In here.
Hurricane! Try this!
Blah, blah, blah. I owe you,
finished.
Sion. Let's do it!
Moving ring.
That freaking does it!
Do it!
Eagle Drop!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
I really owe you one.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't... Surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe. I can feel the medicine
How
working.
are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn.
That's enough! Go back down!
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I mean... and stronger than before.
Hey, is that it over there?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, We should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Xion? Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own? Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Dahnans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too, to think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dahna and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
You guys want to rest here?
That was quite the little adventure. Sure, we went on.
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
Let's dispose of the trash.
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
We won that by a mile.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Take it. One more.
Double Demon Fang! I'm on my turn! Double Demon Fang! Not a chance!
Did you see?
Sure did. You were checking out Kisara from behind.
No, I wasn't.
Go no further!
Water, hear my call.
We barely managed to turn that battle.
Do it. You don't gotta be quick, or I'll take them all myself.
Oh, like hell.
Wow! Look what I just found.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
Gotta break through! Double Demon Fang! We did it!
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never...
Double Demon Fang!
That's the last of the Zoogles that were ruining the farm equipment.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
I mean, hey, I get the feeling. But were you really that worried about us winning?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Huh?
We're in good form! Okay!
Yeah.
You did it! Yeah!
All right.
Well...
I guess...
Ugh.
Really? We finally made it.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
Seriously?
Here we go!
Aw.
Good grief. Remind me again why we're all getting soaking wet just to find some fishing hole?
Some things are better left unquestioned.
But
What?
Something wrong?
no, not at all. Gee, I wonder where that fishing hole could be.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not in your dreams!
Talon's Storm! Watch it!
Radiant light! Here!
Double Demon Fang!
Too much to handle?
Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Burning
Incineration Wave!
Healing
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that? That training's paying off!
Flames will roar! Mega Ray!
Double Demon Fang!
Annihilation! Blah, blah, blah! Mega Ray! Burning rocket!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
The flames will roar! Leave the enemy's arms to me!
Incineration
No
Wave!
complaints here!
Double Demon Fang!
Dust to dust!
Talon Storm!
Do it!
Double Leap! In an instant! Impact Cross!
All aboard the victory train!
Overconfidence can bite you in the butt.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Double Demon Fang!
Hurricane! Watch it! That freaking does it!
That buzzing is driving me mad!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Here goes!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
The flames will roar! Burning strike! You got
What's
company!
this?
Healing circle!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push!
Let's do this together, Alphen.
Burning strike! You get the gist! Burning strike! Pierce
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Maybe it's time I try on something new.
What's this thing?
This one's mine! Burning
Double
strike!
Demon Fang!
Coming into the
Incineration
shadows!
Wave!
Burning
Lightner!
strike!
Double Demon Fang!
Mega
Do it!
Inside Astral energy!
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to
Rain
regret
down
this.
and don't mind if I do!
They got me flying!
Healing wire complete focus!
Not done yet!
Now!
Glacial Spear. Pierce
Magic
evil.
is there! Burning strike!
Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang!
Magic is there!
Incineration
I
Wave!
heal you all! You get the
Double
gist!
Demon Fang!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I dare.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Blah, blah, blah.
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
Double Demon Fang!
Now, Blazer!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here, let me help.
Talon Sword! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang!
The flames will roar!
Will this help?
What is this?
Hey, you okay?
Hold on to your
I
heart.
can still do this!
The Dragon Claw! Burning Strike!
Do it!
You get the gist.
Burning Wind!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
The flames will roar! Finish with the Burning Strike! The blah 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 magic! Burning
Explosive
Strike!
Ring!
The blah blah blah! Burning Strike!
Glacial Spear.
Do it! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Talon Storm!
Resuscitation!
Glacial Spear.
Not
Fear
done
the
yet!
evil!
Freeze
Lantern! The flames will roar! Down Burning Strike!
Will this help?
Explosive Ring!
Now!
Long!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hey! Hoodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky. I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I'm on it!
I never miss.
That's enough!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Oh, sparkly,
I'll
you're
take you
the
all
light. Rain down.
What
If I do.
Yours to be let free!
Pull myself
Look
together.
out!
Light.
Wind!
Rain down and purify all.
Searing Gale!
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still,
Stay away from my
reassuring to have
friend!
you around. back from Death's Abyss.
The flames will roar! Burning Resuscitation! The blah 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 magic! Burning Strike!
You get the gist.
Burning
One more.
The blah blah blah!
We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said? Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Blah blah blah!
What's this?
Burning Strike!
Ready and ready.
Blah blah blah! Reload! Burning Strike!
Here's your healing art.
Talon
Burning
Storm! First Blade!
There! Help there!
I'll run you through!
Mega Ray! The flames will roar! Into the fray! Burning
I'm on a
now!
roll now. Don't leave. Hey!
Blow them away!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
This cavern is surprisingly big. Not to mention nice and cool, too.
The way the light from the glowing stones reflects in the water, it almost feels like a dream.
What, this damp and slimy place? Are we looking at the same thing?
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Good way you rolled down.
I'll be saving this
Double
one!
Demon Fang!
You got company! Fire! The blah blah blah!
Double Demon
Sleep
Fang!
now! In here! Magic is there! Fire! You get the gist! Burning Strike! Blah blah blah! Burning Confiscate! Finish without...
Double Demon Fang! Incineration wave!
In here! Seal!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
I'm in the groove!
Require complete focus! Glacial Spear!
Eagle Fly!
The flames will roar!
You picked
Freeze
the wrong
Lancer!
fight!
In here! Let me help! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Rinwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Hi, Hoodle! This one's mine!
I'm like bait to them!
Oh, violent bloody wind!
Carve back the wall! Water! Clear the astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rest of them!
Wow, someone's feeling lively! Thanks! Just what I needed!
All
Back
finish
to the
here
front.
now!
The flames will
Where
roar!
is this?
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
Oh
man,
I hope I live long enough to regret this!
Not today!
Don't mind if I do! In here!
Dragon Swarm!
Sealed!
Try this!
Fire!
The ring!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Dragon Swarm!
Shut him down!
Take this! Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Swarm!
Damn it!
Seal! Healing circle!
Dragon Swarm!
In here! Here!
Here I come!
Fire!
In a bind?
Lightning! Blah, blah,
Dragon
blah.
Swarm!
In here!
Explosive ring! Do it! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The flames will roar!
Now I'm in the groove!
Burning strike! Not on my watch! Blah, 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 magic! Burning strike! Do it! You get the gist! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
The radiant is here! Burning strike! No, blah, blah, blah!
Dragon Swarm!
Burning strike!
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
You're definitely way stronger.
Yeah, nothing motivates you like having stakes this high. Don't get careless.
Flames will roar!
Don't tell me.
Healing circle!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
They got me!
Gravitas
Dragon Eagle Fly!
Seal!
Got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Dragon Swarm!
All yours!
Flame of fury! The flames will roar!
We are freaking invincible!
Alvin and the others truly are strong.
What about me?
Leave the enemy's arts to me.
No complaints here!
You get the gist.
Now I'm in the
Healing
groove!
circle. You get the gist.
Back into the fray!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah. You too.
Gemini Aqua! Burning strike!
Now I'm in the groove!
Burning
Dragon Swarm! First
The
strike!
flames will roar! Burning strike! Arts require complete focus! The flames will roar!
I'll finish you
Now!
right
Reload! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Talon Hurricane!
What would I do with the flames will
Wing
roar?
Arrow!
Do it! Blah, blah, blah. Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Looks like it could be worth something. I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
I've let you all down.
Stay away from my
Rain
friend!
down and purify all!
Dragon Swarm!
Meteor storm!
Burn in hell!
Rain down and march requires
Dragon
complete
Swarm!
focus!
Not done yet!
Oh, violent darting! Arc sealed!
Dragon Swarm!
Crossblade!
Eagle Fly!
Blah, blah, blah!
Talon
Thunder
Hurricane!
Blade! I can do this all day!
Take this!
Oh, violent darting
This
wind!
one's mine.
Calm down!
Just let me in this fight.
I owe you one.
Here's a healing arc.
Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me out. I can't hold on much longer.
Dragon Swarm!
Just get it.
Some magic
Wind!
advance! Burning
Transform!
Oh, sparkling stars of light!
Radiant
Rain
Blade!
down and purify all! I'll heal you all!
Here and now! I can't move!
Healing circle! I'll bring you back from death to bit!
Talon Storm!
I really owe you one.
I owe you one. Talon Storm!
The flame in your
Medicine
dream!
works as promised.
Blah, 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 magic! In here! First aid! I owe you, Sion!
Healing is what...
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Will this help? We're good to go!
It's Talon Storm!
Sleep now!
Dragon
I'll
Swarm!
heal you all! Fire! The blah, blah, blah! Arc sealed! Healing circle sealed! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
I'm on a roll now.
Do it! Law, get toasty!
Bird strike.
Now!
Still,
This ends now!
consider yourself finished. My turn.
Do it! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this!
Take this.
Searing flame!
Eat this!
Will this help?
Seal!
Talon Storm! Incineration
I
Wave!
can't heal you forever!
Flying freeze. Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Dragon Swarm!
Here I go!
Here and now!
Searing flame!
Dragon
We
Swarm!
don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Xion.
By the power of flame!
Dragon
Finish
Swarm!
without a trace!
I'll run you through!
Heal! Art expert coming through! Explosion! You get the gist. Burning! You get the gist.
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
The flame magic advance! Burning strike! The blah blah blah!
Hurricane!
Feel!
Bolero!
Get on in there with the
I'm
others!
just getting started.
Annihilation! Thunder ray! I'll heal you all!
Talon Storm!
The flames will
It's
roar!
over.
Healing!
Do it!
I really owe-
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
The flames will roar! Burning strike!
I don't... I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more healing for now.
No
The
choice!
flames will roar! Burning
The
strike!
flame inside me!
Oh,
You're
sparkling
free!
stars of light! Rain down and arcs require complete focus! Here I go!
Talon Hurricane! Dragon Swarm!
Law,
pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Watch this!
Do it! Go!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here I go.
You're wide open.
One more. We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said? Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
I'll finish you
Raise
here!
the cascade.
Strike!
Do it! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
You guys want to rest here? Alphen, do you understand what's on the line here?
What?
The fish, Alphen. With all these Zeugles around, nobody can give them a good home. Namely, my stomach.
Shion, we can't rush this. If there's a big-time Zeugle waiting for us, we've got to be prepared.
You've got a point.
We can't let some dumb Zeugle beat us. Not with these fish at stake.
I'm pretty sure we're all in it to win it here.
That was nothing.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? What's wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that. It's just, well, there's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic, but there was one time I did, behind their backs. And when I did, Almeidrea showed up.
Huh?
I hated Almeidrea for destroying everything I loved. But what I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almeidrea who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway. I have a feeling your parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday, someone was going to find you and your family. But even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
Huh? On what?
On you, Rinwell. On how you turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that. But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am. I want to use it to protect my friends. To protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all. I wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
Hootle, let me know if you sense anything. I want to go back to bed.
That thing looks like trouble.
Quite.
So this...
He's the one who polluted the pond! Consider this payback for all those fish!
There you go! Go for the weak point!
Can't end here!
Raging Captain!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging Cascade!
It's raining blobs of slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can! Stars of light! Rain down!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Stay away from my friend!
No complaints here!
I won't give up! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all! What was I thinking? I'll bring you back from death.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death with this.
Eagle Fly! Incineration Wave!
Resuscitation! Take
Double
it,
Demon
gut.
Fang!
Mega
Incineration
Ray!
Wave! Double Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all!
Incineration Wave!
Can't be happening.
You'll pay for that! Incineration Wave!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
I'm on a roll!
Try harder!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still still, it's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Ah, and here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Meteor! Storm!
I'm gonna need
The
more than
flames
that.
will roar!
Double Demon Fang!
Burning strike!
Incineration Wave!
Magic! Burning strike! The few get the jet.
That did it!
Burning strike! You get the jet.
Try harder! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! This should do it! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Ready to go!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge!
Try harder! Okay, is this it? I really
Burning strike! Sorry. This can't be happening.
Demon Fang! This guy can't move!
I can't move.
It was nice while it lasted.
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Double Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Incineration Wave!
A new lease still got some fight left in me. First aid! Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all! It looks like you got this one covered. Will this help?
Thanks. Thanks, Xion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Now
I'll do
I'm
better.
real mad.
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Not in your dreams!
Double Demon Fang!
Take care of Poodle.
Not today!
I'm out of ammo. Eat dirt.
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
A new lease on
Demon
life.
Fang!
Healing circle. I won't get. But
Is this it?
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation! I'll face you! Shine!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
burning strike. Blah 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 magic. Burning strike. The few get the jet.
It's finished!
Let's do it.
Double Demon Fang!
Shine! Radiant light!
Incineration
Boost of
Wave!
regeneration! Regenerate!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Try harder! This one's all mine! Burn! Double Demon Fang!
Something's different from before.
It's about to come at us! Look sharp!
All good things come to
The enemy is going all out!
It's trying to take us out.
Well, I won't go quiet!
Incineration Wave!
Magic! Sealed! I'll be saving this one! We're good to go!
Double Demon Fang!
Fire! The blah blah blah! Sleep! Now,
There! Is this it?
sealed!
There is logic within your every move.
It'll take more than brute force to win.
I'll try to provide that strength.
Not on my watch! Blah 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 magic!
Double Demon
Sealed.
Fang! Incineration Wave!
Fire!
Beyond.
You get the
Imbue
gist.
this
Double
vanquished
Demon
soul
Fang!
with life.
Incineration Wave! You're mine!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Got it!
Well done!
Double Demon Fang!
The flames will roar!
Some punishment?
This should do it!
Not in your dreams!
This one's all mine! Double Demon Fang! Eat dirt! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
From
Double
beyond,
Demon Fang!
imbue this vanquished
Double
soul
Demon
with
Fang!
life. Resuscitation.
Double Demon
time.
Fang!
I can't lose.
Let's get you all tucked away! In here!
Incineration Wave!
This one's mine! Sorry.
This should do it! No! It can't end here!
What? This is some... From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Not done yet!
Take this!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! Incinerate! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! They'll pay for this! Burn in hell! Eat this! Help! Storm! I'm gonna need more than that.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
I can't lose.
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be... free!
All finishing here and now!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine. Eat dirt!
Eagle Assault!
Double Demon...
Pride for my downfall.
Double Demon Fang!
That move!
Here comes a big one! Is this it?
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation!
Double Demon Fang!
Vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation!
Not on my watch! Here goes! Blah, 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 that's
Double
Burning
Demon Fang!
Strike! You get the gist! Burning Strike! You get the gist! Burning Strike!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! The flame
Not in your
inside me
dreams.
yearns to be let free! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Shine!
Eat dirt! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! I owe you a whole lot.
I'm in your debt, Dohalim.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
We've almost...
You got it. You're what to make.
Burning Strike! You get the gist! Burning Strike! This one's mine! Blah, 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 that's it. Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Burning
You may be strong. You can't end here!
Of regeneration! Regenerate!
Thanks! Just
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
From beyond,
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Such unadulterated fury.
it's in your hands now.
Sorry.
Double Demon Fang!
My pride was my downfall.
How about this?
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Use its weak point to take it down.
All together, everyone.
Double
From
Demon
beyond,
Fang!
imbue this
Incineration
vanquished
Wave!
soul with life.
Double Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Incineration Wave! Damn it!
They'll pay for that! From beyond,
Double Demon flame inside me
soul with
yearns
life.
to be
Resuscitation!
Ignite!
Going in. Going in.
Crescent moon.
Double Demon Fang! That's it!
still got some fight left in me.
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
If it's in the sky,
Radiant
blah, blah,
light!
blah.
Force of
Burning
regeneration!
Strike! You get the
Regenerate!
gist. Burning Strike!
Make it rain.
Blah, blah, blah. Astral energy!
Say no more.
No way!
Looks like the little guy had a trick up its sleeve.
There's always something bigger and slimier.
Seriously.
Here goes!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! Okay, this one's all mine! Double Demon Fang!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Double Demon
Regenerate! Allow me to help you.
This should
Maybe
do it.
show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really dense, though, Halim.
You get dense. Burning strike! Too much to handle?
Double Demon Fang!
Shine! Radiant light! Force
Double
of
Demon
regeneration! Regenerate! Allow me to
Burn!
Thanks.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine! Radiant light!
Don't mind if I
Force of
do.
Regeneration!
Magic
Double
is there!
Demon Fang!
Regenerate!
Fire!
You must be tired of healing me.
I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Seal!
Glad you're on our side, Dohalim.
Double Demon Fang!
Sleep now!
Incineration Wave!
Fire!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Shine! Radiant light!
flames
Force
will
of
roar.
regeneration! Regenerate! Allow me to help you.
Seal! Arc sealed! Fire!
Heal!
Incineration Wave!
Benediction light.
Seal!
Heal!
This one's all mine!
Fire! Don't mind if I do!
Double Demon Fang!
Benediction light.
In here!
Heal!
Thanks! Just let me
Benediction
in!
light. Heal! Thanks. Benediction light.
Incineration Wave!
Here!
Double
Heal.
Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Burn!
Benediction light.
More for the
Heal!
Incineration Wave!
in here!
Benediction light.
There with the enemy.
Heal! Don't
We're good
suffer
to
in
go.
silence.
In here! Fire!
Heal! Thanks. Benediction
Double
light.
Demon Fang! It's wide open!
It won't escape me!
Incineration Wave!
Benediction light.
Double
Heal!
Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Double
Benediction light. Heal! Benediction light.
Double Demon Fang!
Heal!
Incineration Wave!
Benediction
Double
light.
Demon Fang!
In here!
Heal!
Incineration Wave!
Benediction light. Heal!
Fire!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
In here!
Benediction
Double
light.
Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Magic! Burning strike! Here goes! Not in your dreams!
Thanks.
This should do it! Double
Blah,
Demon
blah, blah,
Fang!
magic!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
Incineration Wave!
Regenerate.
In here!
Benediction light.
I'll be saving this one! Blah, blah, blah!
Light.
Incineration Wave!
Sleep now!
Heal. Benediction light.
Double
In here.
Demon Fang!
Heal.
The big one's up to something.
I don't want to know what else it has in store.
Let's smash it to pieces before it can show us!
Quite.
The enemy is going
Shine.
all out!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Now I can ignite!
The flames will roar! Not on my watch!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Demon Fang!
Benediction light.
Incineration Wave!
Heal. Benediction light. Heal!
Incineration wave!
Benediction light.
Double demon
Heal!
Incineration wave! Double demon
Benediction light.
The
Heal!
flames will roar! Sealed!
Shine! Radiant light! Force
good
of
to go.
regeneration!
In here!
Regenerate! Allow me to help you.
You get the gist.
Allow me to help you.
Sealed!
This should do it!
I'll be saving
Benediction
this
light.
one.
Heal!
Sleep now.
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Allow me to help you. Benediction light. Allow me to help you. Heal! Allow me to help you. Benediction light. Heal!
I owe you one! Double demon! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Benediction light. Heal! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Benediction light. Heal! Benediction light.
Sleep now.
Heal!
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
Heal! Benediction light. Heal! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
In here. Fire!
Benediction light.
Blah, blah, blah.
Heal!
Strike!
Benediction light. Heal! Benediction light. Heal!
The flames will roar.
Shine! Radiant light! Benediction light. Heal! Benediction light.
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
All right.
Sure.
All right!
Uh-huh.
Huh? What?
Oh, wow!
You dummy!
Good grief.
Ugh, I feel so gross and sticky after that fight.
Tell me about it. We better hurry and get a bath and laundry going ASAP.
So at this point, it's safe to say we've beaten all of those things that we saw flying out of the wedge, yeah?
Yes, there were 4 lights, so that should be all of them now.
They put up a good fight, but we beat them right back down again, huh?
Weren't you even a little scared while we were fighting them?
A little.
But we still managed to beat them with our own hands. That's what matters here.
Yeah, exactly!
I do hope that really is the last we see of them.
Each one seemed to be unique and correspond to a different element. I doubt there are more of them running around out there that we don't know about. Wouldn't you agree?
Why did you look at Dohalim when you said that?
No big reason. I just figured I stole some of his usual thunder by explaining it. I know how much he loves to do that.
You know him well at this point. A fish! You saw it too? Great! Yes!
Ugh.
Wouldn't it be easier to simply use astral arts to catch the fish and be done with it?
That misses the whole point of going out to fish. Is this what I think it is? Good fishers always keep their cool. Yeah! Reel it in. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
You sure know what you're doing.
Ha! Reel it in. I'll catch something bigger next time.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
Okay.
Okay.
Good one. Good, good.
All right!
Good grief.
We have truly borne witness to a striking example of female determination this day.
Yeah, you said it.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish. That was... quite the little adventure we went on.
You sense one of your pals, Hootle? Hey, I think that might be what we're looking for.
Is this the so-called legendary instrument?
Actually, I think it's one of the freight train parts that I was using for a sword.
I'm sure anything will be fine. We should take it.
What a rush!
Guess I misread the landing.
It's on! Double Demon Fang!
As impressive as always.
Ah, and here I hoped I was improving.
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
Look, Hootle! One of your buddies!
Get lost! Double Demon Fang! Talon Storm!
We're in good form!
Gotta break through!
Easy peasy, huh, Hootle?
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them. Guess I misread the landing.
No back me!
Wow! Look what I just found.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Yes!
How's this?
Very nice. Yes!
Sure.
So, different materials produce different weapons, each with their own respective properties.
We should probably move on.
Come to think of it, what's my sword made of? What material would it make sense with? Claws? Fangs?
In one ear and out the other. We've reached our destination.
I'm not so sure.
How's this?
I see.
Great!
Huh? Hmm?
Agreed.
Dohalim.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
Hmm? What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Ugh, Hootle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
I can't believe you managed to shoo off that irritating bard.
Had we brought him along, it would have livened up our journey considerably.
You know, maybe you're right. We could have hit it off.
Yeah, and the two of you could be irritating together. We've reached our destination.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition, unable to so much as touch another soul? Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shionne?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Xion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegus. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegus. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
What's this thing?
Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Did we really just spend that much money?
It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Hold! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not. If they want to fight, they got one.
Burning
Die!
Take it! The flip magic
Burn in
is
hell!
Burning
Die!
Watch this!
One more! Here's a
I lost my focus!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Fierce sweep! Oh, violent
That freaking does it! That freaking does it!
What the?
Crossblade!
Die!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify toxicity!
Hurricane!
What the?
Not in your dreams!
Release!
Ready and prayer!
One more!
Damn it! Megan!
Do it! That freaking does it!
Die!
Fierce sweep stars of light! Rain down and purify! There!
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Hold! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not. If they want to fight, they got one.
Eagle Fly!
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it!
Be my guest.
That freaking does it!
Armor won't save you!
My shield! Burning Strike! Meteor!
Healing sparkling stars of
Release!
light!
Now
Rain
I'm in
down
the
and
groove!
purify!
Demon Fang!
Meteor!
Astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Eagle Fly! Burning Strike! Who wants to die next? Unviolent darting wind! Carve now through all! Sleep now and pull myself together! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Gotta break through!
Violent darting wind! Take
Double hit!
violent darting wind!
Take this!
Raging cascade!
I'm on a roll now!
These ones can
Do it! In an instant! Impact Claw!
All disasters made one! Get ready! Go! Lightning! Down! Maelstrom! Glacial
Leave the
spear.
ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Do it!
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Claw! My turn! First strike!
Here it goes! Carve now!
Double Demon Fang!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Get lost!
Double demon fang!
Eagle dive! And again!
Talon hurricane!
Mega ray! Oh, violent wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning!
Double
As
demon
if the
fang!
normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Inspiration wave!
Made one!
Double demon fang!
Healing circuit!
Radiant
Eagle
Fang!
dive!
By the power of flame! Vanish without
Double
time!
demon fang! Talon hurricane! Fang Bolero! Keep charging us! Got your
That's
name
what
on
my
him!
shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through all! Crossblade!
Double demon fang! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Corruption!
First strike!
Lightning condemned! Water! Thunderblade! By the power of flame! The waters of creation!
Watch this! In a bind!
Lightning condemned!
Double demon fang!
In here!
Try harder! This one's all mine!
Sleep now!
Not today!
Lightning condemned!
Double demon fang!
In here!
Incineration wave!
You get the dead!
Double demon fang!
Now I'm in the groove! More for the stop!
Double demon fang! I'll finish you here and now! Oh no! Too slow!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not on my watch!
Healing circle! Need the palatial spear.
Take down your defense! Do it! Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Faster! Martha, I'm just getting started!
Raging cascade! Field! Radiant pierce! Bloody! Lightning!
Double demon fang!
Now!
Damn it! Out of ammo!
Double demon fang! Crystal's all mine!
Need to pull myself together.
I'm darting wind!
Now you see what I can
Through all! Annihilation!
do!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more. Onward and upward.
Gotta break through! Now you'll learn! Double demon fang!
Oh, violent darting wind!
You see what happened there as you crossed me?
Mega
Should have done that!
In
I won't
here!
show you any mercy! Anything in armor is all mine! Incineration wave! Watch this! Double demon fang! Eagle! Now I'm in the groove!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'll heal you all! Oh, violent darting wind!
Damn it!
It's too fast!
Stand back.
In here!
I'll trip it up.
You picked the wrong fight!
Thanks.
Incineration wave! Trigger!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them step?
Go no further!
Eagle dive!
First aid!
I owe you one.
Lightning!
Double demon fang!
The flames will roar! I
Incineration
think I'll
wave!
pass on the handshake. Here,
Monster!
strike!
Double demon fang!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through all!
Double demon fang! Talon hurricane!
In a bind?
Try harder!
Now! Explosion!
I'm just getting started! It was nice while it lasted.
I'll be saving this
demon
one!
fang!
As magic as am!
Talon
Divine
hurricane!
savior!
It's on! I'll finish you here and now! Eat this!
Here's evil!
Double demon fang! I'll finish you here and now!
Sleep now!
You're mine!
Here's a healing art! In here!
Double demon fang! Eagle
Divine
dive!
savior!
Talon hurricane!
Flame of fury!
Burning strike!
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
In here.
Come and get it!
Now we're not...
More where that came from.
Evil
Lightning
I'll
down.
stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Eagle on a roll now!
In here.
Incineration wave!
I'm all stopped.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Divine Savior!
Eagle
Lightning
now!
condemned!
Freaking dozen!
Failure's not an option!
Glacial Spear. Pierce
Lightning
evil.
condemned! Lightning condemned!
Take this! Eagle fly!
Divine Savior! Blah, blah, blah.
I owe you one.
Thanks! Just what I... Lightning condemned!
Watch it! This one's all mine! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
We won.
Out of our way.
Oh, sparkling stars of
Not
evil!
today.
Rain down and purify all! Spread!
Take Bolero!
Oh, sparkling! It's like trying to keep up with a wall! I'll heal you all!
Double stop! That frickin' does it! Try harder!
Here, let me help.
Flame inside me! You're
First aid! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Too slow! Too slow! Take Bolero! Eagle dive!
Thanks so much!
My turn! Double demon back!
Flames will roar!
Eat this!
Pull myself together!
Eagle dive! Now demon
Lightning
brew!
condemned!
Do it!
Wait now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning
Too slow!
condemned!
My turn! Double demon back!
First aid!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Little help!
Let me help! Bring him down!
First aid! Sparkling stars appear! Rain down and purify!
Incineration blade and fist! Double demon fang! Hurricane!
Meteor storm!
Double demon fang! Here and now!
In here! Holy Land!
Dodge!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning condemned!
Now I'm in the groove!
In here!
Demon fang!
More for the sunlight!
Hurricane!
Do it!
Holy Land! Astral Gene!
Say no more!
Will this help?
I'm just getting started! Hey, Bolero! Eagle Dive! Double Demon Fang!
That hit the spot.
Well then, let's keep moving.
Hi, Hoodle!
Double Demon Fang! Acceleration Wave! Eagle Dive!
Lunar Corruption!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy Land! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Burn it!
Holy Land!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Blah, 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 magic!
Kisura! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Blah, 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 magic!
Mirage!
Holy Land!
You require help.
Double Demon Fang! We did it! Strike!
Lightning condemned!
Double Demon Fang!
Thunderblade!
Double Demon Fang!
Listen!
Lightning
Eagle
condemned! Thunderblade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people. if we didn't see the humanity in each other? So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zulu like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get some answers.
Get a word! I'll finish you here and now!
Thunder Blade! Healing Circle! Lightning Condemned!
Demon
In here!
I really
I'll
owe
heal
you
you
one.
all!
Magic
Advance!
What's
Holy
this?
Land! Need to pull myself together. Healing Circle!
I really owe you one.
I'll heal you all!
Incineration Wave!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Let me help!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Double Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art!
Incineration Wave!
First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, violent darting wind!
Incineration Wave!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Oh, violent darting wind! Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through all! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Double Demon Fang!
Eat this! First aid!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now! Here's a healing art!
I owe you one!
Oh,
It's
violent
gonna attack!
darting wind! Right, watch out! Now through all! Crossblade! Oh, violent darting wind!
This isn't looking good.
Now through crossblade!
Thanks! That frickin' does it! Double Demon Fang!
Magic! Crossblade! That's
Burn! I'll tear you apart! Talon
Oh,
Sword!
violent darting wind!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve
Double
now
Demon
through
Fang!
all!
Now I'm in the groove! Incineration Wave!
Oh, violent darting wind!
Thanks.
Carve now through
Double
crossblade!
Demon Fang! I'm on it!
Here's a
Incineration
healing art!
Wave!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now through all!
You paid for that! Incineration Wave!
Healing circle!
Can't move!
I'll bring you back from violent darting wind! Carve I can't heal you forever! Oh, violent darting
Not
wind!
done yet.
Carve now! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Carve now! Resuscitation! Will this help? Healing circle! That rage is everything!
I owe you one!
Power up, lad! I'll heal you all! In here!
What's this?
I'll
Shattering
be safe healing circle!
Like
Far beyond the darkest skies! Here, let me help!
almost there!
Oh, close enough! Take it away, Law.
I
Here's
thought
a
you'd
healing
never
art.
ask.
It's weakened! Shooting star!
This ends now!
Let me help!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge! Illuminate the dark!
Target
Turn
down!
sliver!
I'll finish you here and now!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring you back from
Incineration Wave! Try harder!
Maelstrom!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Raging Cascade!
Can't end here!
Tectonic
Zephyr Trident!
Dragon Shell! Do it!
Xion! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go!
Now it's just her!
Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your...
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, It develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan Astral Energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions, I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns. As well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I just need a little...
Finally, some open space again.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
This is...
But this is...
Right.
Kisara. Oh!
Wow!
Nice one, Elfin.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer Bologna.
That equipment should come in handy. We've reached our destination.
Hey, that actually came out pretty all right, don't you think?
What's with that shining foe over there?
Oh, man. I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Mega Ray! Raging Annihilation! Sleep now. Glacial Spear! Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Too slow! Not a chance!
Far beyond the dark universe! I call upon thee!
Watch this!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Far beyond the dark universe! I call upon
Leave the
thee!
ensnaring to me. Yeah, and a bind to me.
Shooting Star!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. But whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori,
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Xion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dahna's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think They're the true rulers of Rena!
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Incineration wave!
Freeze laser!
I owe you one. Double demon fang!
Raging cat.
Talon hurricane!
Double demon fang!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Incineration wave!
Explosion!
Eagle fly!
Burning strike! Spread!
Demon fang!
Burning
Double
strike!
demon fang! The flame inside me yearns to be...
Will this help? In here! I'll heal you all!
Eagle... Watch this!
Healing circle!
Hurricane!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Eat this!
Lost my focus!
Incineration wave!
Sleep now! Into the shadows!
Double demon fang!
Out of arrow! Back into the fray! Magna Ray! Annihilation! Magna Ray!
Eagle fly!
Will this help? Now!
I'm just getting started!
Feel! Healing circle!
I owe you one! Double demon fang!
By the
Incineration
power
wave!
of
I could do without
Vanish
this pain!
without a trace!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Eagle fly!
Double demon fang! Try harder!
Sleep now!
I owe you one!
By the power of
Eagle fly!
explosion!
This should do it!
Shooting star! Show you what
Now I'm in the groove!
Double demon fang! This one's all mine!
Raging cascade!
Eagle
I owe
fly!
you one!
It was
Incineration
well
wave!
done.
Double demon fang! Incineration wave!
I'm going to need to use all the
Double
power of my
demon
healing
fang!
arts to accomplish this.
Eat dirt!
Will this help?
Double demon fang! Incineration
Here's the
wave!
healing arts!
I can't move!
Hey, don't leave me! Magic! Not on my watch! I never miss!
Armor won't save me!
Now! It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renasolma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renasolma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renasolma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Dispose of the trash.
Engaging!
Go!
Support!
Sleep now.
I will show you any mercy!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
You're wide open!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
I owe you one.
Into the shadows!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Here, let me help.
You're wide open!
First aid! Guys, I call upon
Double Demon Hurricane!
And again!
Thank you!
Reload!
Eagle Fly! You're mine!
Here!
I'm not done!
I'm all done!
Too fast!
Now
Stand
I'm
back.
real mad!
I'll trip it up.
Double Demon Fang!
Seems about right to me.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah, very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment, a lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown Contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here? That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevericht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, The Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad. and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Xion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns' connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world, Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, The Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renas Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renas Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.